Fair. Again, so much review. Oh, and you will see that. There we go. That's better. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Sorry about that slight delay. My mic was out, but they got me a new one. It was back here the whole time. I just didn't know. All right, so let's finish up with our last module. So welcome back. Hope you had a nice lunch break. So this is our last module, kind of the most technical module this of boot camp, but I'll show you some demonstrations. And basically, we're going to talk about a few different systems and a few different applications of those systems. So we're going to start with Share. Of course, Share is the accounting system that I'm guessing most of you are familiar with because you do various accounting related stuff in there. Obviously, we're going to be focused on the budgeting function within Share. So we'll talk about how to create budget journals in Share, the different types, components in the process, and how they relate to bars and everything that we discussed this morning. We'll talk about other processes in Share like routing and posting journals, department level budgets, and chart field requests. We'll talk about some reports that you might use, some budget reports that are useful. I'll show you how to run those, and we'll talk about how to use them in application of verifying that your agency is complying with the 50% law, which is a very important thing for this year, for FY27. And then we'll conclude with a brief overview of BFM, our budget formulation and management system, which is used to create your budget requests, submit your budget requests, and then your operating budget in the spring. So we're not going to go into full detail on BFM because there's, like I mentioned yesterday, there's separate training for that. Then we'll go into more detail about all the different forms and stuff that you have to complete for those requests. But I'll give you kind of a general overview of how to find your way around BFM. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go through the slides first, and then right before our break, I will go back. Oh yeah, we'll go into Share and actually give you a demonstration of creating budget journals. That just works better. That way, I'm not constantly having to switch back and forth between the slides and the shares gets a little confusing. So let me just go through the slides. So when you log into Share, this is of course in Share Financials, not HCM where you log your time or whatever. This is in Share Financials. You should have, if you work on your agency's budget, you should have access to access all this stuff, to be able to create journals and stuff. And then within the commitment control module of Share, commitment control, which is, two words that begin with a C, but for whatever reason is abbreviated KK, is the budget portion of Share. So you should have access to that. If you don't, you can submit a should help desk ticket. But anyway, all of this assumes that you have the right access set up at your agency. So to create a budget journal, that's the path that you follow there up the right. Commitment control, budget journals, enter budget journals, add a new value. Okay. So if you click add when next is in the journal ID box, that will auto-generate a number for the journal. That's what most agencies do because most agencies don't care what the journal is numbered. So it'll just be whatever the next number is in the system. I think we're up into the 3.8 millions of something of journals. But if your agency has specific rules for entering in journals, then you can erase next, the word next, and then type in whatever the convention, whatever you want to name that journal. You can do that as well. Okay. And just remember, Any journals that are establishing a budget will need an appropriation journal and a revenue journal. Okay, of course, you have to establish both revenue and expenditures. Okay. Now, remember, I talked this morning, there's the difference between budget journals and budget transfers, right? And I'll show you in share, but it's pretty easy to spot the difference. There are just two options. And remember, you want to create transfer journals for category transfer bars, right? If you're moving budget from the 300s to the 400s or something like that, you want to do your category transfer bars and your transfer journals. You might, the date, if you're just creating a bar or whatever, it's probably fine to do today's date, but sometimes you might need to adjust the date if you need to backdate it for some reason. For example, if you're doing this on July 2nd, but you need to make some sort of late adjustment to FY26, you want to make sure that you date it for June 30th, right? You want to make sure that that effective date is in the prior fiscal year or whatever fiscal year you need to change the budget of. Okay, so make sure you get that correct. So after you click next to create the journal, you'll be taken to the budget header page. So up the top, like I said, up there on journal ID, it'll say next, right? That's just because it hasn't actually created the numbers yet. So this is the first page that you'll see. And there's some information here that you'll enter. So take a look at this now. And if you've got the slides, you can look at it, because the next slide that I'm going to go into kind of discusses all of these different boxes. Okay, so first one to talk about is ledger group. So this is the area, it tells you like what part of the budget are you trying to make a change to. Okay, so, or your ledger. So Pro P, that's of course your expenditure budget. Okay, so if you select department, that's your expenditure budget, but at the sub P code level, right? So at the 10-digit department level. Okay, if you're an agency that does that. And then detail, those aren't actually budgeted, right? But that's the 6-digit line items, right? That we talked about, like 520, 300 is your permanent salary lines, or 535, 200 for contracts, things like that. So you're never really going to create a journal at the detail level. Okay, and then revenue is the revenue ledger, right? So if you're creating a budget journal, if you're establishing a budget, you want to create one at the Pro P ledger and at the revenue ledger, right? And if you need to adjust something at the department level, right, at the 10-digit level, then you create a journal at the department DPT level. Okay. Budget entry type. So we talked a little bit about this morning. You've got two options in the budget entry type. Original is when you're establishing a budget for the first time. So you would primarily use that for OPBUD 4s, right? For establishing new non-recurring appropriations, right? When you submit OPBUD 4, the budget entry type could be original. The other time this gets used is when we are setting up your recurring budgets, right? So we establish your recurring budgets for July 1st on an OPBUD 3. And so original, OPBUD 3s are also original, okay? And then adjustment is anytime you're adjusting an already established budget, okay? So any budget that's already been loaded, you're making an adjustment to it, it's going to be an adjustment. So that's basically all bars and BRFs, okay? Long description, you want to put in kind of like in general what the purpose of the journal is. If you have reference numbers or statutory citations, good to put those in there. There's another text box called alternate description. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that one used. It's optional, so you don't have to fill that one in. Okay, so let's just go back and look at this real quick. So you see ledger group, budget entry type, right? Entry type down there, and your long description. Current effective date, right? So match the date you established when you added the journal. Again, same fiscal year. And then entry type. Okay, let me go back here. Entry type. I don't know why Cher did this, why we have two fields that are very similar, right? We have the budget entry type, which is original or adjustment. And then we have the entry type, which are all of these here, okay? And if we go back to the picture, so budget entry type is on the left, right? Entry type is down here on the bottom right, okay? Entry type is very important to get right because this determines how that journal is routed, okay? So these are your different options. So AGY is, like I said, these are for internal agency level bars, right? If you are moving budget from one 10-digit code to another, something that does not need to come to DFA for approval, you put AGY, right? Because the routing will stay within your agency, and whoever is the kind of top level approver at your agency has the authority to post that journal, okay? Everything else goes to DFA. Okay, so everything else is just going to be, you're going to select what you're doing, right? So if you're pretty simple, if you're doing a bar, select bar, BRF, BRF, right? If you're doing capital stuff, right, you've got C bar, CBRF, and CBUDs, okay? OPA threes, like I said, these are what are used to establish your recurring budget. So agencies hardly ever do these. These are usually created by us and posted by us. Sometimes there might be some sort of technical issue. Agencies might need to adjust their OPA threes or their operating budgets. In that case, we'll work with you. We might have you create the journals, or we might create the journals. But in those cases, we might do an OPA 3 adjustment. Okay, but those are pretty rare. That's only when we need to fix something that got posted wrong or whatever in your operating budget. Okay. And then OPA 4s, of course, are non-recurring budgets for sections 5, 6, and 7. Okay, so like I said, the key important difference is whether you put AGY or something else. Okay. So after you fill out everything in the budget header tab, you'll click on over to the budget lines tab. You can see it up there, and that'll take you to this screen here. So this is where you enter in all of the kind of details of the journal that you need to fill out. Okay. So again, you can see it here. Let me scroll forward and we'll talk about the different fields that you see on this page. So account. So what you enter here depends on what ledger you're in. Okay, if you're in the appropriation or the department ledger, then you're entering in the expenditure category. Okay, 200, 300, 400, or 500. Okay, if you're on the revenue ledger, then you're entering in your revenue account, right? So if it's general fund, 499,105, or if it's federal funds, 451,903. You need to be careful here, like it says, because for reasons I can't explain, share doesn't stop you from entering in the wrong type of account on that ledger. Okay, so it will let you put in a revenue code on an appropriation journal, and it won't catch that until we try to post it. And sometimes we miss it, right? That happens. So be careful and just make sure, it's a mistake. Everybody can happen to anybody. So just make sure you're entering in the right account codes on the right ledger journal. Okay. Fund, again, pretty self-explanatory, just whatever fund that you're using. If you don't know the fund, you can use the magnifying glass like anywhere in Share. Let me scroll back here, right? So as you can see, most of these fields have magnifying glasses on them. So you can click on the magnifying glass and type in what information you do have to try to find what you need, right? So if you know the name, but you don't know the number, you can type in the name. I use this to the other way around. Sometimes when I don't know the name of a fund, I can find it here. Okay. And then departments, like I mentioned yesterday, the word department's very confusing because there's like 4 different things that can go in department. But basically just follow this guideline here. So if you're doing a bar, right? Bars are usually in your P code budget. So you're going to put in the P code. Okay. If you're, excuse me, if you're doing a Z code, right, for non-recurring appropriations, if you're adjusting that Z code or setting your budget up, you put the Z code in the department. If you're doing a capital budget, it's an A code. And then if you're at the department level, right, if you're making an adjustment there, like decreasing your budget at the department level, so we can do a category transfer at the appropriation level, then you put your 10-digit code there. Okay. Of course, like I said here, department ledger, AGY entry type, right? Okay, class. So all recurring section 4 budgets have the same class code for every fiscal year, right? So all recurring budgets, your section 4 budget in FY27 is K0000. Again, this is one of those things that I don't know why it is how it is. That's just how it is. We add one letter every year. Last year was J, this year's K. I don't know what happens after we get to Z, but fortunately I'd be able to retire before then, so it's not my problem. Um, and then each non-recurring appropriation has a unique class code, right? That is basically just the Z code minus the Z, right? So ZK 5101, the class is going to be K 5101. Again, if you're one of those few agencies that budget executive orders, their class code is a little different, and they have the same class code for every executive order budget that's issued in a calendar year. Okay, so this is one of the few instances where we actually do things by calendar year, not by fiscal year. So every EO issued in calendar year 2026 will have the class code E 2026. Now let's go on to BudRef and solve the mystery of BudRefs. So as with class codes, every recurring section 4 BudRef has the same, every section 4 budget has the same BudRef, right? So in the fiscal year 2027, it's 1 to 7. So anytime you're doing a bar for your section 4 budget, use BudRef 1 to 7. Okay. BudRefs for non-recurring appropriations are a little more complicated. So they're going to have 3 to 5 digit BudRefs with component parts. Okay, so you see an example here, 92624. What does that mean? Okay, so the first one, 9, basically just means it's non-recurring, right? The 1 meant recurring, the 9 means non-recurring. The next 2 digits are the FY or the fiscal year in which the appropriation began. Okay, so 26 means the appropriation was originally authorized in valid in FY26. Okay, and then 24. This is confusing because we're in it's not as confusing as when we were in 2024, and we had BudRefs of 92424. But it's still a little confusing. So it's your authorized length of your appropriation. The more confusing part is that does not necessarily mean 24 full months from when the appropriation was first valid, right? So if the governor signs the budget in April 2024, and April, that's a bad example, just April, let's just say April, they have a non-recurring budget, that or non-recurring appropriation, that appropriation is not valid for 24 months from when the governor signs it. Okay, you always have to look at what the language says. It's probably going to be the rest of that fiscal year and one more. Okay, so basically the first 12 is eaten up by the remaining of the current fiscal year, and then after that it's all of the next fiscal year, right? So if it has 24, that means the rest of the current fiscal year and all of the next fiscal year. Okay, if it's 36, that's rest of the current fiscal year plus 2 more. Okay, so that's generally how to read those. If it's a 3-digit BudRef, like 927, that's only valid in that fiscal year, right? So 927 is only valid in fiscal year 2027. So you don't have to add a 12 on the end of it for whatever reason. And like I said, you don't have to memorize this and be able to solve this code because we do it for you, and it's on the table of budget codes, right? So we come up with BudRefs for every appropriation based on what the language in the bill says, and so we give that for you. But it's important that you know what that means, right? Because you want to know when your appropriations are expiring. Okay, so that takes us to the amounts. Obviously, you're going to enter in your amounts of whole numbers. Don't round them, don't truncate them, just put in the whole amount. If you are doing a decrease, like to a category, or reducing your budget, enter in negative numbers. Okay, positive number shows credits and negative is debits. And then be sure that your debits and credits equal on your transfer journals, right? So you want to make sure your transfer journals are balanced, of course. And then, of course, if you're doing a new budget, then you have a probe journal and a revenue journal, and you want to make sure those are balanced. Okay. So you click the plus. You see if the plus is back here. Yeah. So you see the plus down there, down the bottom left, says journal copy line down. Click on the plus, and basically everything that you entered in the first line will be copied down onto the next line, which is handy because usually if you're doing multiple lines, a lot of the information is the same, right? It's not the same class or same bud ref. So that's handy. You just go into that second line and you adjust only what you need to adjust, like the amount or the Z code or the category. Okay. Okay, so that's that. And then saving and submitting. Click save below and then give it a number. And it will give it a number if you didn't give it a custom one. Like when you click save, that's when the system gives it a number, right? And that's the number that you want to put on your submission forms, right? And then to actually submit it, so there's the drop-down menu above the lines. You click on submit journal and process, right? And if it goes through okay, then it will go to the next level of approval, right? So that might be, if you're the first person creating it at your agency, that might go to your boss for approval. Or if you are the boss, then it might go to DFA and be submitted to the DFA queue. Okay. Let me just scroll back and show you that stuff. Oh, sorry, I didn't have it saved. The save button is down below the total lines. So it's down in the bottom left. And then up here, you see process. Again, there's a drop down there. So you don't want to post this one. Obviously, you want to submit it. So you click on the arrow to get the drop down menu, click on submit. The box next to submit for approval should auto populate. So then you click process and then it's good to go. Okay. So this is just a reminder of basically how journals are routed, right? So if you're the creator, then you submit it and it should be routed to the next level of approver at an agency. You know, I think almost every agency has at least one more level of approval. So then it goes to agency approval. And again, this depends on your entry type. So if it's AGY entry type, your top level manager at your agency has the authority to post it, right? Click on post journal and process. Okay. If it's another entry type, then again, it's going to be submitted to the DFA approval queue for our review as part of a BAR or OPT4 or BRF. Okay. So yeah, we have our own approval queue here on level 3. Please do not ever try to post your own journals that aren't AGY. Okay. It's just kind of a nightmare. So don't try to do it. Trust us. If something looks right, if you're like, oh, hey, you said this bar is showing up in the submission system as posted, but I looked at the journal and share and it's not posted. Contact your analyst, we'll fix it for you, right? Well, sometimes, it's hard. If we've got 10 bars to post in one day, we might miss one of the journals, right? It happens. So, but just let us know and we'll get it posted for you. Okay. Okay, so let's talk about some journal errors. So things that can, go wrong and how to troubleshoot them. So invalid values. So the only error sharers, we'll identify when you're creating your journals if you try to enter an invalid value in a certain field. Like, for example, you've got a special appropriation, it has a Z code, and I need to submit an output for to budget this Z code, and I try to enter the Z code, and it doesn't show up in the department field, right? And you're like, what the heck, it's on the code table. It says I have ZK5201. What's the deal here, right? So it's possible that for some reason it got skipped over when we submitted all the codes to get created. So, if you're sure you're right, you're like, this is what the code table says, and it's not showing up. Again, reach out to your analyst, and we will definitely do what we need to do to get that fixed for you. Okay. Like that's what that says there. It might need to be activated. Okay. But otherwise, Share won't let you enter in like the wrong type of number or data in a field if it's not the right kind of data for that field. Okay. Um, budget error. So this is really important to understand. Share does not check journals against available budget until the posting is attempted. Okay. So let's say you're trying to do a category transfer bar and you want to decrease, you want to move $500,000 out of your contracts category, right? And so you submit the transfer journal, everything's good. DFA does this review, it has the 10 days, goes through that, and then, okay, DFA is ready to post it. Our poster goes in there and tries to post it, and it gets exceeds budget tolerance error. Okay, what happened? Well, it's possible, maybe your budget in the 300 category was $600,000, let's just say, and you're trying to move 500,000 out of it. But in the meantime, $150,000 worth of expenditures hit the 300 category that you weren't expecting, right? So now you're short and you don't have enough. So you need to do some adjustments, right? So very important to keep that in mind because, like I said, we won't know that until we actually post the bar and it comes up with an error. Okay. Over on here on the right, these are the most common journal errors that we run into when we're trying to post a bar. So if we tell you what the journal is and you look it up and share, you can click on error next to budget header status, and that'll give you a little more detail about what the error is. Child exceeds parent. We talked a little bit about that this morning. That happens when a department level budget was not reduced before attempting to reduce an appropriation level budget, right? So that means that you need to go in and you need to create and or post a department level decrease, okay, before we can post the appropriation level transfer. Okay, so that's what child exceeds parent means. Exceeds budget tolerance. That's kind of what I just talked about. That means there's not enough available budget to reduce, right? Or you don't have enough budget to do what you're trying to do. And then value not at chart field level. This can be a lot of things, so can't really sum it very well here. This is just one of these things that's case by case, and you have to dig in and see what's going on. But generally, it's some sort of incorrect entry in the account department or the class field that Share didn't pick up on. Okay, so for example, what I talked about earlier, putting in revenue accounts in an appropriation journal, right? That would generate this kind of. Okay. Department level budgets. So again, we've talked a little bit about this, but if you're one of those agencies that establishes budget at the 10-digit level, then you are able to do that. This is only on the appropriation side. This is not on the revenue side, right? So you're only doing this in the expenditure side budget. So like I said, this is kind of up to agencies. They're not really controlled by the state budget division. You know, we care about the appropriation level budgets. Obviously, they need to roll up and not exceed your appropriation level budgets. And of course, we care, like we've talked about, that your department level budget is reduced before a category transfer bar. Okay, so that's mainly where we get involved with these. Okay, when it comes time to create them, so like we talked about yesterday morning, we spend May and the first part of June reviewing your operating budget submissions for the next fiscal year. During that time, usually around early June or so, that's when Share kind of flips on the switches for the new BUDREF and class codes and all that stuff. So once those are flipped on, you can start creating journals in Share. You just can't post them until your analyst lets you know, like last week of June or so, hey, your FY27 budget has been posted in Share. Go ahead and post your department level journals. Okay, so you want to make sure, so you can do that. Make sure you post with a 7/1 effective date, right? Make sure you get that date right. Ledger group is going to be departments if you're creating these journals. Entry type AGY, of course. That way you can post them. Account should be the expenditure categories. Again, they are 200s, 300s, 400s. Again, even though this is a little bit more of a detailed level, we don't actually budget at those 6-digit line item levels, right? We budget at the expenditure category. Okay, and they have the same class and BUDREF as the current fiscal year recurring budget. So this year, all your department level budgets are K0000 and BUDREF 127, same as the appropriate level. And this is just some examples of what your department level journals might look like. So you can see ledger group department. See these have been posted. Entry type is AGY. You can see here, oh, they actually did put the 6-digit account. So I guess you can do that, but wouldn't necessarily recommend it. Department level ID has your 10-digit codes, class, bud ref, etc. Chart field requests. So this is something that I do mention because we are involved and agencies might need to know about it, but it's mainly a financial control and share team process. We are one step in the process, but this is if you need to establish new funds, inactivate funds, create new 10-digit department codes, change your accounting structure, etc., stuff like that. So like I said, these are reviewed and approved by both Financial Control Division and State Budget Division. Here is the chain, right, to find it under set up financial supply chain and go follow all that to get to chart field request. There is a form that's on the Financial Controls website. It looks like that. You want to fill all that out and attach it along and share with your request. Okay. And if you need help on that, feel free to reach out to your SBD analyst, Financial Control Division, or the share help desk. Okay, so they can help you complete those. Okay, so let's go ahead and go into share, and then we'll take a little break. Any questions before I get into share from the teams or from in here? Okay. Give me 1 second, let me load up share. Question here. Is there a deadline to submit fund maintenance form to add department codes? I believe there is. I mean, obviously it's before the start of the new fiscal year, and it's usually around the first part of May or so. If you need to make new department codes or things like that for the following fiscal year, it's usually like early May is when you want to make sure you get those in by. Okay, let me get rid of this. Okay, so here's my homepage in Share Financials. So you can see here's my approval queue. So we of course see basically all of the journals that have been submitted to DFA for bars and such. So here's everything. So again, I have access to approve all these. Our principal analysts have access to approve and post all these because when they do their posting, that's how they do it. Okay. And you can see where I have budget journals and I have some of those field requests to review. Okay, so this is DWS is doing some stuff. Okay, so let me show you how to create a journal. So again, go over to your nav bar and you might, save this to your favorites, to your home page. I don't know why I've never gotten around to doing that. Don't ask me. But anyway, commitment control. Okay, and then you're going to go into budget journals. Okay, and then remember there's two types of journals. Enter budget journal if you're increasing or decreasing a budget, and then transfer if you're doing one of those category transfer bars. Okay, so let's act like we're going to create a budget journal. So I'm going to do that. So if you need to look up an existing journal, right, you click on find an existing value, and then you enter in what information you have. If you weren't the person who created it, obviously you want to blank out user ID if somebody else created it, but you'll probably want to just enter it in the journal ID, right? So that's how you find a journal if you need to look something up, make changes or whatever. But for our demonstration here, let's go to add a new value. Okay, so you'll probably just see your agency. I can create journals at any agency because I'm the state budget director. But we'll just pretend like we're doing a DFA one. I can see journal ID next. Okay, so we'll click on add. Make sure you get the journal date right. Okay, so that'll take you to budget header. Right, so pick on your ledger group. So let's say we were going to do an appropriation. We're going to do actually, let's back up. Let's actually pretend like we're going to do a category transfer. It's kind of a better demonstration. So we'll go to menu, enter budget transfer. Okay, same deal here. Find existing value, add new value. We'll add new value. We'll say it's today's date. Ledger group. So since we're going to do a category transfer bar, we want to make sure it's on Appro P. I guess this is always on the expenditure side. Budget entry type is transfer adjustment, so that's correct. Entry type, we're going to do a bar. Okay. And then you want to put in for a long description, category transfer bar P541, something like that. And that's all we need here. Then we're going to go to budget lines. And here's all your lines. So you don't have to worry about speed type. So what are we gonna do? I think state budget division needs some more money for salaries. So we're gonna create a transfer bar. We're gonna say we're moving money into PSDB, so the 200s. And you don't have to go through that process. You can just type it in. And I'm not DFA's CFO, so I don't know what our funds are, or budget analyst. Don't worry, DFA folks, I'm not going to actually submit this. Okay, operating account, right? This one. Department, right? So you can look it up, right, if you don't know it, but this is going to give you everything. So hopefully you know it, right? This has all your 10-digit codes. It has all your Z codes. It has all your A codes. Of course, DFA has a ton of those because we administer like the capital and the grow funds and all that stuff. But so I'm just going to type it in, right? Say P541. Right, classes this year, so okay, 000, blood ref 127. Scroll over to the amount. I think 100,000 should be enough. Okay, now we're going to click on this plus for journal copy line down. So as you can see, it copied everything. Right, so we're going to change we need to take it out, right? We're doing a transfer, so we're going to take it out of the 300s. We don't need to pay Ralph. No, I'm kidding. And do minus 100,000, right? So you can see total debits equal total credits. So I've got a balanced journal ready to submit for a category transfer bar. Okay, so again, I'm not going to actually do it, but I can save it here. And then if I was ready to submit, I would click down to submit journal, and then I would click process right there. Okay. And then you've submitted a category transfer journal. Okay, so it's pretty simple. As long as you know the information that you need to put in, right? It's just a simple matter of populating all the relevant fields. Okay, so I'm gonna not save my changes here. So I'm gonna click on no, so that journal goes away. Okay. Let's do one more quick thing. Let's see if there's something we can post so I can show you how posting works. Again, a little peek behind the curtain. Oh God, everybody's favorite, right? MFA. Hang on one second. Oh, it's not principal analyst. Oh, here we go. Okay, we're going to post that BRF for PED from this morning. So, PED folks, if you're listening, you can see that it's posted. So, okay. So it's at pending posting status, right, in our system. So I know it's ready to post. So all I have to do is I have to find the journals. So here we go. You're going to click back over to share. Let's see, what were they? They're probably going to be 379, 3865, and 4409. Sorry, there's bars in the way. Wait. So I thought one of them, 4409. I saw that one. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. So here's my two journals. Okay, so it's posting is a two-step process, either if you're at your agency level or for us folks at DFA. Here are my two journals. So I'm going to click on that one. Going to check and make sure everything here looks good against the what they've submitted over here in the system. Yeah, looks like everything is good here. So I'm going to click on approve. I have to submit and find the other one, which I think was 3865. Yeah, 3865. So this is the first step. Now we have to actually find the journal. So we have to go back to kind of where we were, enter budget journals. So we're going to find an existing value, right? Because we're not creating a new one. So this one was a PED. And it was 379, 3865. Oops, 3865. All right, so now we're actually at the journal. You can see here it says approved because that's what I just did. So the process is a post journal. Are you sure you want to post this journal? Yes. This question was added a few years ago and I hate it. Like, why would I not want to wait to see if it posts correctly? So yes. So now we have to wait for the magic circle to complete its business. Come on. Don't have all afternoon. Sometimes it takes a while. There we go, posted. Okay, so we know we're good. When you're establishing budgets, the odds of errors are fairly low. It's only when we're doing transfers, there's more more opportunity to make errors. So I'm going to post the other one real quick and then we'll take a little break. So that was 4409. So see if you go back, it saves the information so you don't have to retype everything. Oops. Oh, although this might have been on a different, I bet this is a different day. So you have to be careful. Yep, it was a different day. So it was looking for things posted on or created on July 15th, but this was actually posted on a different day. So that's why that didn't work. You got any good jokes? So there we go, posted. Okay, so now I know that both journals are posted. Last thing I do is I go back into the system, go down here. So I go posted, and I don't have to do anything about error. Click on submit. And now it'll show as posted and the agency can see it as posted. So that BRF is done. Okay, any questions? You're welcome, Amber. Um, okay, so how long do we have to approve something before it drops off, or does it drop off? So I assume you mean about journals and share. I don't believe they drop off, but we do occasionally. You might get an email from your analyst that says, "Hey, time to do some cleanup," because anything in your queue. Yeah, so. I don't think they stay because if you want to look at my queue real quick, if I go back to my approval queue, I've got a few things in here from last August and September that we probably need to delete, right? So occasionally, your analyst might reach out to you and say, "Hey, this we're in a new fiscal year now. This journal, for whatever reason, has been sitting there for months. Can we go ahead and get rid of it?" Right? So it's important to do that every once in a while. We don't want journals hanging out there for no good reason. So they won't go away, but it's good to, every once in a while take a look at any journals that you've got hanging out there that, maybe they were for a bar that got taken back or something like that, or just wasn't needed. And so, or was fixed or create a new one or something like that. So we need to go in and delete the old ones. Okay. So that's something to keep a track of. Okay. Any other questions, in the audience? Okay, let's take about a 12-minute break. We'll be back at 2:05 and we'll finish things up. Let's go ahead and get started so we can finish things up here. So now I'm going to talk about a few useful reports, budget reports that you could run and share. And again, just like before, I'm going to go through the slides first, and then I'll go into share and actually show you how this is done. So the first is probably the one we use the most often. It's the budget overview report. So it's within the commitment control module, so you can see how you get there then and the path up top. This shows your budget, your expense, and your encumbrances for P code or any other budget basically that you want to run for a certain number of fiscal years and a selected ledger group, right? So here you see an example here. We're at the Economic Development Department. Our ledger group is a PROP, so we know we're on the expenditure side. This one uses summary accounting period. I now have shifted and recommend using detailed budget period as your type of calendar, and that's on the next slide, so you can see that. But you can see the different information that you need to enter in, like fiscal year, and then down below the chart field criteria, with what you're looking for, right? So this is basically if I wanted to look up the budget and the expenses under Z code CE 5047, I could run, excuse me, I could run this report. Okay, so again, your ledger group, you can look at either the expenditure or the revenue budget. So your prop ledger or your revenue ledger. You can also, this is where if you want to generate your expenditures at the detail level, right at the 6-digit line item level, you can run this report at the detail ledger. And that's useful for completing the actuals, like in your budget projections, stuff like that. So that's how you can do that by running it at the detail level. Okay. Type of calendar. I'm not enough of an accounting expert to tell you exactly what the differences are here, but generally we just recommend using detailed budget period. That seems to be the easiest and works well. So down below you have the chart field criteria, so you can kind of make it as broad or specific as you want to, but it'll be pre-populated with the percent signs. So you just leave those in any fields where you want to return all possible values there, right? So basically no filter. Otherwise, you enter in a range, right? So if you want to see the 200s and the 300s, you could put 200 to 300, right? But not the full thing, okay? Or if you only want results for one value, enter in the same value in both the from and the to, right? So if I only want one Z code, right, I'm going to enter it in that Z code in both the from and the to. Otherwise, I'll get a whole bunch. Okay. Account, again, the range of accounts that you want. And just like when you're creating a journal, department could be your P code, your Z code, your 10-digit code, the A code, etc. Okay. So once you enter in all the criteria that you want, you click on search, which is actually near the top, and that will run the report and it will generate results. Your results will look like this. Okay. So you'll see budget, your kind of overview at the top, total budget, total expenses. If there's any encumbrances, pre-encumbrances, balance, those will be there, right? So you can see this was a $10 million appropriation and all of it was expended, right? So it has nothing left, no budget balance. And so below the summary, then you'll see the line item detail, right? So if whatever you specify generated multiple lines, you'll see that reflected down below. So this one just had one line, right? Because that's how they set the budget up. All in the 400 category in that one fund, in that department. And you see $10 million budgeted, $10 million expended. Okay. That little button I have over there that's circled in red, you can click on that to download the line results into Excel. And so that'll generate an Excel report that you can, manipulate and do whatever sort of data analysis that you want. Okay, so that's how you get that data into Excel by clicking on that button. Okay, so this is important. Again, this overview is really important to show that you have budget available for category transfer bars or BRFs, right? Because it shows how much budget you have remaining in each category or wherever. Okay. Let's move on to the trial balance report. So this is your main fund report. Okay. It's useful for tracking revenues and expenditures, history of funds, getting fund balance of special revenue funds for bars and budgeting purposes, right? So it'll show you how much you have in the fund balance of these certain funds, so you know how much you will have available to budget, either as part of your operating budget or through a bar. So this one is not in the commitment control module. It's in the general ledger module, and you can see the path to get there here. So you follow that, and it will take you to this screen here. So again, there's a few things to fill out. Works basically the same, where you're leaving in percent signs if you want to see everything. Usually on this. When I run this report, I'm interested in like a specific fund. So I'll put in what the fund is, right? And remember, if you don't know it, you can use the magnifying glass to find it. And fiscal year and the accounting period. If you want, kind of like the full year, right? Just do 1 through 12. So this is also kind of, I don't know, it's not the most intuitive because it doesn't just generate the results after you click, after you click run here, it takes you to like the report manager and process monitor. So you can see the process here. It's a multi-step process. So enter the fund, fiscal year, accounting period, right? Then you click on run, you'll click OK. Then you click on process monitor. Okay, and this is the process monitor here, the screenshot you see. So you have a refresh button up at the top left. You basically click on that a few times until you see run status success and distribution status posted. Okay, so once those two things are there, then you know that the report is done. Okay, so then you click on report manager. I know. That'll take you here. And you can see over on the left there, you've got an Excel spreadsheet that is ready to be downloaded. So that's where you'll actually find your report to download. Okay. And then it'll pop up and it will look like, whoops, this. Okay. So that's what your trial balance report looks like. So you can see again, this is agency 419. This is the development fund, fund 023. And you can see the different lines. Keep in mind, this is accounting, so negatives or positives and stuff that I never quite understood. Again, I'm not an accountant, but that's just how it is. But you see here of interest for this fund, if we look at restricted fund balance, 325,900 down there, $4.3 million. So this fund has a fund balance of about $4.3 million. Yeah. Okay, last report to talk about here, and there's more reports, but these are the ones that we use most often. This one I use probably the least often. It's the single year CAFR budget status report. So you see the path there. It's back in the commitment control module. This one is, it can be useful if you want to like include certain chart fields, right? So this one you see down here, it lets you select which ones you want to include and in what order, right? So I want to slice it. How do you want to slice the data, right? I want to go bud ref, then account, then department, or I want to do department, then account, then bud ref, or whatever, right? So you're entering in the sequence, you're entering in what order you want to see the data displayed, right? I want all information from this bud ref, and then I want to see all the accounts under it, then all the departments under it, something like that. Okay. So you can enter in what to include, what to order them in, and also your range of values over on the right? So just like before, if you only want to see one fiscal year or whatever, one value, then put the same in both boxes. Okay. This has the same trial balance report procedure, right? So you have to go through that same run, process monitor, report manager, blah, blah, blah. You have to go through that same process to get this report to show. And this is the output here. This one is output in a PDF. Just kind of, it's nice because it looks more official, but it's not nice because you can't easily manipulate it like you can with an Excel spreadsheet. But this is what it looks like, okay, on your output. As you can see, pretty similar to the budget overview report. But yeah, I'm told that the results tie more closely to the general ledger than the budget overview report. That's just what I'm told. So that's why this report can be useful. Okay, so those are the reports. I'll show you how to use them here in a few minutes. But let's talk about one reason you might need to run these, and that is the 50% law. This used to be called the 50% rule, which we rebranded it because it is a law. And sometimes if we call it a rule, I think that gives some folks a little mistaken impression that it's some pesky DFA rule that we could change if we wanted to, but it's not. Okay, it is in law. It is in the State Budget Act, and you can see it right there. That's the citation 6-3-6, and basically this law limits state agency expenditures for the first 6 months of every odd-numbered fiscal year to half of the approved budget. So that basically means in the first half of the fiscal year, you can spend half your budget. Why was this made? This was before my time, but it was passed by the legislature basically to ensure that in election years, for example, this year, FY27, there's going to be new cabinet secretaries, new governor, all sorts of new leadership on January 1st, right? So the idea is you don't want the outgoing people to spend all the budget, okay? And you want to make sure that the people coming in have half the budget to spend for the last half of the fiscal year. So that's why this law exists. Okay. A few agencies are exempted, mainly the legislature and the state fair, and that's just because legislative session is in January, so most of their expenses fall then. Just kind of makes sense. And the state fair, is in September, so they're going to have a lot of expenses in September. Right, so it'd be really hard for them to keep to the 50% rule. It does apply to an agency as a whole, not individual programs, right? So if your agency has like 4 P codes and one is over 50%, but another one is under 50%, if you balance out, right, for your whole agency, then you're okay. Okay. It also doesn't apply to non-recurring appropriations. Okay, it's just for your Section 4 recurring operating budget. Okay, is what this applies to. You can request exemptions for certain portions of your budget to be exempt from the 50% law for various reasons. For whatever, you have some reason that you can't just be beholden to the 50% law, so you can submit a memo to the DFA secretary. You can address the secretary props, copy me and your analyst, and say, we're requesting this part of our budget be exempt from the 50% law for this reason. Okay, and generally you want to make it as narrow as possible, right? Not our whole budget, but maybe the 300 category in this one program, because we have this really big contract that we really need to execute for public safety years, something like that. Okay. That's something that'll be considered by us, by the secretary. And if you want to get those exemptions in, they need to be filed with us by end of September, and we will let you know soon after that. Okay. Sometime around December 1st, we'll send out instructions for you to submit verification that they are in compliance with the 50% rule. Again, it is illegal not to be. So we'll let you know. We'll distribute some forms, right? So again, those share reports that we just went over, they're going to show you how much of your budget you've spent, how much you have remaining. So that will help you verify that you're within 50% of your budget. Okay, so last big topic is BFM. Again, we'll talk about it a little bit, and then I'll give you a little tour. So again, BFM is about 4 years old, I think, when we launched it, 4 or 5. And it's the system, a web-based system that all agencies use to submit their budget requests. Both SPD and LFC use it to generate their budget recommendations. And then that data also flows through session, is changed, and then becomes the basis for your operating budget. That you also use BFM to submit your operating budget by May 1st. Okay, so it's used almost all year round by various people, right? It's also used for performance measures. Okay, your data and your change requests are also entered into BFM. So here's the link to find it is a web-based. We entered the 21st century. If folks who have been around a while, our old system BRS was not web-based, and so we had to do a lot of swapping files back and forth between each other via FTP sites and all this stuff, and it was a real pain. So it's good that we're now back to actually having a web-based system, or we have a web-based system. Your user ID is generally the same as your share ID, but that's not like a rule. It doesn't have to be. It's just kind of like what we pull to generate your BFM ID. So just keep that in mind. When they create a new account for you, your password will just be the word password, but it will prompt you to change it and create, a real password the first time you log in. Okay. If you, this is especially important like I said, we're going to be doing FY28 budget request training first week of August. So now's a real good time to check and make sure that everyone at your agency who needs BFM access has it. If they don't, send your analyst an email and we'll get you hooked up. Okay. The last thing we want is somebody emailing us on August 28th saying they can't access BFM, right? And they haven't started their budget request. So do it now. Okay, so some definitions about various BFM concepts. Stage refers to the steps in the workflow. So users have different levels of access at different stages depending on their role. So depending on your role, at one stage you might be able to just view data. At other stages you might be able to edit it and submit it and all that stuff. Okay, and we'll talk more about how workflow works on the next slide, I think. Forms. So this took me a long time to get used to, but it's very different, or it's very important to distinguish between forms and reports in BFM. I know sometimes it's real easy to use those interchangeably, right? Because they sound like they're the same, but in BFM, they have very different uses. Forms are where you enter the data, right? So your budget forms are where you're entering in your request numbers, your justifications, all that stuff, okay? They'll display historical and current data, and they allow users to enter numbers and text. Okay, reports are the presentations of the data. So they compile all the data and they present budget information. So your summary budget reports, right? So and they are accessed and created through the BFM reporting module. So you get at them a little bit differently. Okay. And then PCF is your personnel cost forecasting. That's a tool that creates personnel-based budget based on HR data and planning values loaded systems, such as insurance rates. I would say this is just informational. Do not use that as like your Bible. You need to think about the information that it's spitting out and if it's realistic for your agency. It might not take into account vacancy rates, although you can change that. But we'll talk more about that when we do budget request training here in a few weeks. Okay. There is a BFM tab on the website that has some training materials and videos, general usage guides. Although, like I said, then we'll talk when we do budget request training, we'll get into every single individual form, how to complete the form, how to pull all the reports, all that stuff will be covered in request training. This is just kind of a general overview for you today. So staging workflow. So new budget forms are created at stage 1 and set up the process, right? So if you're the first person to work on your budget request at your agency, you're working on it at stage 1. Okay. And once, let's say you put all the data in, you're done, and you submit it up the chain, you won't have access to that form anymore. The analogy I always use is take you working on a piece of paper, you complete the piece of paper and you take it over to your boss's office, and now your boss has it to review, but you can't make changes to it because it's no longer in your office. Okay. So your reviewer or manager has the authority. They could submit it backwards or they could go on. Okay. Some folks, you might be the only BFM user at a small agency. If you need multiple levels of access, let us know and we can make that happen. So during the request process, these are the 4 stages that most will go through. Most agencies might have, you can have as many as 3 stages, and then stage 4 is actually submitting it to DFA. And it keeps going through stages. So when we get to operating budget, the data's gone through stages at the DFA level, at the LFC level, and during session. And when you get it for your operating budget, now it's at stage 21, because that's how many stages it's gone. Okay, a little bit about how to navigate BFM. So you see an example of a form here, your performance measure change request, the 4400 form. So every page has a title, right? So you see that there. There's a search area, so you can see the search box over on the right, and a list of records with action options. The action options are the words over at the right, submit, header. Those will submit the form to the next level. Okay. And then header or some forms of detail will take you into that form to make changes. Okay. Let's see. So elements of a budget form, header tab, detail tab. So, it's kind of depending on what you're doing. Header tab is more high level. Detail is going to be all your different lines. Attachments, most forms have an attachment tab. So if you're attaching any sort of backup documentation or anything like that, you can do it there. And then some forms will also have a narrative or explanation tab. So the numbers are on the detail tab. And if there's any sort of narrative that's required or verbal explanation, those will be on the narrative or explanation tab. Data entry. So here we zoomed into a form. This is, so we're still on the 4400 form here for entering in performance measure changes. So you might have been working on this form recently. So if you see anything with a column or a box with an asterisk, like a proposed measure down there at the bottom, that's a data entry column. So that's where you're entering in the data. Okay. You always want to enter whole numbers, no formatting. So don't put in any commas or dollar signs. BFM will do that for you. Enter in your data. Down at the bottom of the form, there'll be a button that says save all. So make sure you always save your data. And then it doesn't automatically refresh the totals that appear at the top. So you want to click on refresh, and that'll refresh your totals and stuff. Okay. Generally speaking, your justification and narrative fields have an 8,000 character limit. That should be more than plenty, I would think. And you can't actually delete a row on a form. You have to zero it out. And that's just for auditing purposes, so that we can see you actually click on a row and see exactly every change that was made in the history of that row back until it was stage 1. So that's good to see. So that's why you can't delete it. It preserves that auditing data for everyone. Submitting forms is pretty simple. So you go to the budget form that you want to submit. You click on the submit button, like I showed you back here, right? Submit. It'll be next to header, and if it applies detail. So you'll get a pop-up that looks like this in the bottom right here, submit budget form. So you'll select the stage to submit it to. So you probably only have access to submit it to certain stages. So if it's at stage 1, maybe you can only submit it to stage 1, or sorry, stage 2 or stage 3. And if it's at stage 3 and you are the person who submits things to DFA and LLC for review, then you might be able to submit it to stage 4. Okay. and reviewers can submit it back, right? So a level 3 user can submit it back to level 1, stage 1. And like I said, once you submit it, you will no longer see it if it's not at your level. BFM reporting. Okay, so I'll show you this here in a minute. But like I said, the reports are accessed in a different part of BFM. There's a little separate button. There's a links button up at the top right, and you hover over that, and you'll see a link for a BFM reporting. You click on that, and it'll give you the BFM reporting interface. Looks generally like this. Excuse me, you will mainly be working at agency reports, right? You won't have access to DFA production reports like I do. But you'll see all your reports, and obviously all these reports, we're not going to get into them here. These will all be discussed during budget request training. So you'll basically click on it. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'll show you here in a second. You'll click on it and go through the process to generate the report. Then you can save the report, download it, all that good stuff. Oops. Okay. Before we talk about the final, let me show you some stuff. Okay, got some questions here. Can you run these reports with view only access and share? I think so. But I'm not sure, honestly. You obviously wouldn't be able to change things, but I think you probably can. Will we cover how to use the trial balance report to fill out an S10 for the appropriation request or another training? Yeah, so we can go over that for in the appropriation request training. So yeah. Hey, Cecilia, remember to cover trial balances and S10s in appropriation request training. Right, thanks. Does this include actual expenditures or also obligations such as POs? So your obligations will show up under encumbrances, right? So those are your obligations. So if you've established the PO, but it hasn't all gone through yet, then it'll show up under it'll show up under encumbrances. Okay, does the 50% rule apply to federal funds? If they are in your Section 4 budget, yes. It applies to all funds with all funding sources within your Section 4 recurring budget. Okay. Any questions from the audience? Okay. Let me go into share real quick. Okay. So let's look at those reports first. So commitment control, we're going to go under review budget activities. And if you try to find these and you don't have access to them for whatever reason, and you need access for your job, I would submit if you have somebody at your agency that you go to for help with share, go to them, or perhaps submit a share help desk ticket. They should be able to help you. So I'm going to go to budget overview. If I click on search here, it comes up. Okay. So here's your overview. Let's do a different agency. Let's do Board of Ethics. So we're going to see how much they've spent so far in fiscal year 2027. So again, select your ledger group. So we want to do the appropriation, detail budget period. Okay, so if you do the detail budget period, you don't have to enter in anything here. You can kind of drive the results you see down in the chart field criteria, right? So let's say I just want to know their budget. And obviously, you only have access to your agency. I have access to every agency. But we want to see what their budget status is for fiscal year 2027. Right. So if I wanted to put anything else, I could put in, a Z code or funds or anything. I just want to see their whole recurring budget. So all I did was 127. And so I scroll back up and click on search. Okay. Here's their budget. $1.9 million is their total budget. They've expended 34,000. They've encumbered 134,000. You can see how that breaks down here. So, they're pretty small agencies, so they've just got a pretty simple budget, one fund, one line each in each of the expenditure categories, one P code. And then here's their budget in each category, their expenses, and their encumbrances. Okay. And I can click on this button here, create action items. Oops. Download budget overview results table to Excel. And it'll open into and those lines, right? Those budget lines that you saw. So now you can do whatever you want. Okay. Obviously, that's a really simple one. I could do if I wanted to see the healthcare authority. Oh, that's right. When you change the agency, you have to refill in the ledger group. Doesn't save it for whatever reason. And doesn't save anything down here either. So there you go. $14 billion, $267 million budget. They've already expended $774 million. Right, their available budget. Of course, they have a lot of lines, all their different P codes you see here, right? I could have just limited this to one P code, right? If I just cared about one P code or one fund, right? If I just cared about one fund or one category, okay? That's how you do that. Okay, let's do the trial balance report. So again, this one is not in the commitment control. It's down in general ledger, general reports, NMS trial balance fund / account. This one right here. Again, click on search. Okay, so it'll save, what you most recently looked at. So let's do tourism. I'm not picking on anybody, just the first agency that comes to mind. 2026, I don't know tourism's funds. So we want to look at the magazine fund, the New Mexico magazine. Okay, we'll see what happened in 2026, FY26. So let's look at that. So I'm going to click on, so here we have to go through the 58-step process of doing this. So we're going to click on run. I'm going to click on OK right here. Okay, now I'm going to go to process monitor. So this is the one I just ran right here. So it says queued and it says NA, that means it's still running. Hopefully that, if it has a lot of data, it might take a little bit. I don't think this one should have too much. But here's your coffee or pee break opportunity while you're waiting for this to run. Okay, now it says run status success, so we're halfway there. There we go. Success posted. Okay, so we're going to click on report manager. And we see it right here. Trial balance fund account. I'm going to click on that. And then you have to click on it again. It's in Excel because of the ending there. And go ahead and open that up. And here you go. Here's the New Mexico Magazine Fund. You can see here all your different lines. So you see we don't really in budgeting world, we don't deal with the 100s and the 200s too much, but we look at you can see that it started the year with a fund balance of 400 and some thousand, and then here's your revenue lines, right? So your whoops, just those three. So there's the revenue it took in um, during the year, right? So those three lines, and then here in the 500, here's all your expenditures, right? So this requires a little work, but you could come up with, okay, what's my current fund balance? If I take the starting fund balance, I add in my revenues, and then I subtract all my expenditures, right? That basically tell you what your fund balance is at now. Okay. Hang on a second. Sorry. Let, let me show you I forgot I have to share the spreadsheet. Hang on one second. Okay, so sorry, let me just repeat that real quick for the folks on Teams. Here's the trial balance report. Okay, so that's what it looks like for the New Mexico Magazine Fund. And you can see down here is your fund balance, right? Your starting fund balance. You can make that a little bigger. Here's your revenue lines in the 400s, these three right here. So that's the revenue that was collected for the fund. Right, and then here's all your expenditures down here, all of the 500 lines. So you can see some salaries, some contracts, some office supplies. So you can kind of figure out where your balance is. If you take that, your starting fund balance, you add your revenues and then subtract all your expenditures. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm doing the wrong thing. Okay, let me stop sharing that. Go back into share. Okay, last report then was that CAFR budget status report. So that's back under commitment control. Budget reports. You can tell how often I use this one. Okay, here it is. So you might have to do some finagling. So it's this one right here, NMS single. Let's see. So here's the line. Why is it not letting me add my chart fields? Sorry, folks. I don't know why it's not letting me add my chart fields here. Let me try something else real quick. Here we go. This is better. Budget status. Okay, budget status. Yeah. Sorry about that. So here again, this is where you can pick which chart fields you want to include. So it'll have a list there. Click on your sequence and the range, right? And then like the first court or something like that. And then you do the same. I won't go through the whole business. You know how it is. It's in the slides, but you go through that whole run process monitor business again. Don't want to waste anybody's time. But it generates that report that you saw back in the slides. Okay, so that's how you find that one. So budget status is the report to look for there. Okay. Now let's finish up by looking at BFM real quick. Question here for the 50% law. Is it only actual expenditures or is it encumbered as well? Also, are 200s excluded? No, 200s are not excluded. It is everything in your section 4 budget. Encumbrances, trying to remember here. Encumbrances are okay, like for like contracts. If you've included a contract, the general guidance is like if you've encumbered a contract, you want to have like a no fault cancellation clause, I think it's called, something like that, and that makes it okay. But generally they are included, so just keep that in mind. Okay, but 200s are not excluded. They are, you want to only spend half of your budget, but again, remember, they are not excluded, but it's just half of your agency budget. However, that happens to roll up. So you can go over half on your 200s if you're under elsewhere. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna log in. This is the development environment of BFM, so don't have to worry about messing up anybody. So that's why the bar is orange. When you get BFM, the bar will be kind of an indigo color. But this is what BFM looks like. And sorry, my resolution on this monitor is all kinds of messed up, so it's kind of hard to see. But here's your different forms, right? So you'll have different forms kind of depending on what step of the process you're at. So of course, you'll have budget formulation, you'll have performance measures. Obviously, you won't have rec cycle forms. That's for us in LFC. So for example, base budget by, well, let's look at revenue. Okay, I'm just going to show you an example of one form, your revenue form. Border authority, that's pretty easy. Let's look at that. So I'm going to click on detail. Okay, so this shows you all of the data. Okay, this has not been rolled over for 28 yet, so that's why you see this. It'll be rolled over by the time we do training. But you can see here you've got your summary up here, your total revenue, and then down here you've got all the different revenue lines in your budget. This audit trail is really important. Like I said, if you make a change to a line, you can click on that. You can see all the history of it. And you can see your actuals, right? The current budget by year or by line, sorry. And then your request. Okay. And then over here, there's justification. So for data entry, you can, let me click on, I'll do it this way. Click in the pencil over here, and it'll open up the boxes for data entry. So I'm going to be like, that's not enough. We want to request 600,000. I click on save. So now the request has been changed to 600,000. But if I go up, so note the totals here, 684. If I click on refresh, now it's 709, right? Because I increased the request. So don't forget to hit your refresh button up top. Okay. Export and import, you can use these to download all of this data into Excel, and then you can import it. So if you're making a bunch of changes to many different lines, some agencies might find it easier to export this information into Excel, make the changes in the data entry boxes, and then import it back up, and it'll overwrite and put all those changes into the form here. Okay, so that's maybe better for big agencies. If you're a small agency, you don't have many changes or much data, then it might just be easier to just do it directly in the form. Okay. But again, that's and then the audit trail. So if I click on this one, this little magnifying glass here, you can see right here what I just did, right? So they did some stuff earlier, but here I added $24,000, right? So you can see I did it. And that's really useful to keep track of changes that were made to each line in your budget. Okay. Again, to submit a form, you click on submit, and you'll have the drop down. So depending on where you're submitting it to, if you've got access to submit to DFA because your budget request is done, you click on submit to DFA and you click submit, and then it's done. Okay. And then last thing is reports. So again, you'll want to go up here to under links and see BFM reporting. That will load in a new tab. Okay, so you've got over here, again, you're mainly going to be working in agency reports. So for example, request cycle. Here are all the reports that you have access to. Again, we'll cover all this stuff in request training. This is just to kind of give you a general overview and preview. But for example, you want to print your S8. You'll get this window here. Again, you'll only have access to, your agency. But let's say I wanted to print the S8 for the aging department. I put in their business unit. Click on that. Click on run. And there you go. Right, S8 shows you your OPUD, your request at the agency level. So there's different tabs here for agency roll-up. Right, and then if you have multiple P codes, you click on the P codes tab or button here, and you'll see the different P codes. Okay, and then you can move back and forth different pages like that. You can download it with this button here. Pretty standard controls, right? You can download it into Excel. You can download it in a PDF, and then click on export, and you're done. Okay. So that's a general overview of BFM. Again, like I said, we'll go into a lot more detail in BFM in request training. Okay, any final questions before we talk about the final exam? All right. Let me put the slides back up real quick. Sorry, hit the wrong button. It's been a long day. Okay. Now, thank you all for being here for either online or virtual for this past 2 days. It really means a lot to me. The final exam is, of course, optional. I cannot force you to take a final. But if you would like a nice completion certificate that you completed 2026 budget boot camp that is signed by me and Secretary Probst, that you can show off to your boss or your coworkers or whoever, you have to do a little bit of work for it. You have to complete and pass the final exam. Okay, so I'll send out the link via email, but there is a couple ways to get to it here. It's a Microsoft form that you can directly get to. You see the address there, or have a QR code up here in the top right if you want to scan that with your phone or whatever and take it that way. However you get to it is fine. You have until 5 o'clock on Friday, July 31st to complete the test, okay, to complete the final. I'm nice. If you don't pass, you can retake it. I'll tell you which questions you got wrong, so you can try to fix it. You know, I want you to pass, but you have to put in a little effort, right? So, and also I revamped the final this year and I made it a little harder. Um, so, but I don't think it's unfair. It's just a little, you know, it's a little more challenging. So, but hey, if you pass and you have friends or coworkers that took it in a prior year, you can gloat and say, well, it was harder for me and I still passed, right? Um, so it's 20 multiple choice questions, roughly 5 per module, right? You have to get 13 of 20 to correct to pass, right? 65%. That's pretty low, right? No, I think you can do it. And then at the end of the final, there's 5, of course, ungraded questions related to course feedback, right? That's very, very important. Please take some time to offer your feedback on what you liked, what you didn't like. I've made quite a few changes over the years, you know, directly based on feedback that I got from folks. So please let me know anything that we can do in future years to make this better. Okay, it really means a lot to me. If you don't care about the certificate, you know, that's fine. Again, final is optional, but you can, if you want, just complete the feedback section. Or if you want any feedback or any comments, you can send it directly to me. You can email me directly, and I'd love to hear from you all. Okay. Um, like I said, very important and will help shape this course. So that's it. Any final questions? Sorry, let me get out of here so I can see Teams. Can we review this? Is it open book? Yes, it is open book. I cannot prevent you from looking at the slides while you're taking the test. So, yes, you should have all copies of the slides. They will be online. Also, every session was recorded, so we will get those online as well. I don't know, if not by tomorrow, then by early next week. Just go to the Budget Bootcamp tab of of our state budget's website and just look for them there. Can you upload an entry into Share like you can in BFM? I don't. I think I assume you're asking about exporting and importing. I don't think so. Maybe someone is more of a Share expert than me and would like to chime in, but I'm not aware of being able to create things. Well, I take that back. You can after a fashion, but it's not as easy. You know, for example, when we created those huge budget upload for all the non-recurring appropriations, right, that we budgeted on July 1st, we created a huge spreadsheet. This is all props to Diego in our office, who was the kind of mastermind of this. Create a huge spreadsheet of all those appropriations, had to get it in the right format, sent it to Ralph, our data guy. He turned it into a flat file, and that flat file was able to be uploaded into Share and created all those journals that we then had to post for each agency. So yes, it is doable, but it's a bit of a to-do. But it was a lot less work than it would have been to manually create the journals for every single agency, right? So there is a way. Okay. Any other questions? Final questions? You guys good? All right. Well, I think that's it. So thanks to everyone again. That's 2026 budget boot camp in the wraps, under wraps or in the books, whatever. But thanks for coming and let me know if you have any questions or feedback or anything. And we'll probably see most of you here in a few weeks for FY28 budget request training. Thanks.